Haha, there is a big lie happening right now. A big, big lie. And there's no way that we can account for this. None at all. Massive, massive big lie. Notifications all. Notifications streams. There we go. Sweet. And you know what the big, big lie is? That SFM broke. It's not broken. It's not broken. I haven't started to turn it on yet. We're free balling this at the moment. YouTube chat. Pew. Very nice. Very good. Oh, no, don't exit. It's my bad. Alright, so there is one thing that I wanted to animate.
One of the main
I want to animate this exchange.
interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run, "Hi. Hello? How's it going? Yes. Fuck. What? Haha, how about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? Fuck. Stuff over here to do a bit now. Better run a roo. What? Yeah. What? Fuck. Introversion.
So I'm gonna animate that one because it's gonna be fun. So I think the best way I can get that clip is just by recording my screen. No, I'll just do the illegal. Yo, Pixie, how's it rockin' and rollin'? Have those rocks been eroded in the exact correct way to start rolling? Or are those rocks still quite rough and aren't able to roll, but they will bounce anyway down a cliff face? Hello, Trap Bunny. Hey, read the description. If there's an asterisk there. This one. Oh, it's other way around. Oh, fucking browse. Elements sessions. There we go, cheese. And this one's going to be called introvert. So I'm actually going to be making a different animation to what I was working on previously. I'm not sure how long it's going to take me, but I'm going to do it in that way. I just don't know. Hey bro, I don't want to fight. I mean, you know, it's okay to think that 20 FPS is better than 60 FPS. It's okay. It's okay to be wrong. I deserve that. But 24 FPS is not better for animations that have been animated at 60 FPS. And 60 FPS is not better for animations that were originally animated for 24 FPS. There's just too much dingusry. Or as I like to call it, dingusry. Alright, so yeah, we're going to be doing a short, quick one. Hopefully it's going to be a quick one. It probably won't be a quick one. Let's be real. 6 hours later, I'm still working on the lip sync. Yeah. 240 FPS is the best animation frame rate. Indeed. Well, actually, if you want the motion blur to not fuck up your animations, then you render without motion blur at 240 FPS, and then you crush it down to whatever frame rate you're looking for, and then let your video editing program sample the frames. It is a technique. But yes, 240 FPS master race. So I want two models here. There's going to be a Fluttershy. Fluttershy is going to be the introvert. Who's going to be the extrovert? Pinky? I could make Pinky. Or Rarity, maybe. New model. Pinky or Rarity? Can I do a quick poll in this? It's alright. I'll animate using Pinky first. Oh, Rainbow Dash. Actually, Rainbow Dash is a better one. Rainbow Dash is the better one. Rainbow Dash, actually. So, all of your votes are invalid now. Rainbow Dash. Rainbow Dash. Because that just makes sense. Because why else would Fluttershy be talking about that much anticipated sports event? Cool. Hey, Pinky is quite fun. Alright, so dialogue. Oh, I need to do some processing on that audio clip so I can actually animate in it. Animate to it. I am also making a quick quote unquote. I'm making a gaming video. Is it here?
Hello? How's it going? A typical they just utterly despise interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run, "Hi. Hello? How's it going?" "Yes." "Fuck." "Ha, how about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh?" "What?" "Fuck. Stuff over here to do a bit now. Better run a roo." "What?" "Yeah." "What?" "Fuck." Introversion.
Render as. Excuse me while I cough up a lung. It's my lung sound. When that happens, you know the lung has fully disconnected. Introvert. Render. Dialogue. Add clip to track. Introvert. Here we go. Oh. Oh. What? It didn't fucking render. I fucking hate it when it doesn't fucking render. Why?
Interaction with introverts can be problematic.
Good. Oh, haha, my bad. And look, AJ, look, AJ, look. Anyway. She's not gonna say it.
Conversation might run.
There we go. Sweet.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi.
Alright.
Run.
So I will actually blade my shot here because I don't know what I want them to do for here. Actually, I will... Yes, I'm using it. Alright, cool. So I might actually just chuck them against the wall over here. Just so that I've got something for them to stand on, like the ground is there, so I don't have to have them essentially kissing. Wow. Did Quillo just say that? Alright, so one there, one there. Cool, bring the camera over here. Sweet. Okay, sweet. I'm gonna do the lip sync first. Yeah, I'm gonna do lip sync first, and then we'll see what happens. Cool. No, Fluttershy, your hair.
Right. The conversation might run. Hi.
Oh, those are the bones. Whoops. I need the face flexes. Silly me. Am I really an animator?
Run.
I'm gonna do some grin.
Hi. Hi.
And smirk 2, smirk 1. Wide smile. Hi. There we go. It's a bit early for Dad to be back. He should be at work. Interesting. No, not that. Not this one. No. More confident. More confident. We need more confident. There we go.
Hi. Conversation might run. Hi. Hi.
I'll do that one here. And then just lower that one and that one.
Hi. Hello.
Gross. That's gross.
Hi. Hello. How's it going? How's it?
Gonna open that up there. Okay, gonna put a bookmark on the first frame. And then I'm gonna bring that one down. Grin, jaw close. There we are. Indeed.
How's it?
1 second, guys. Father, this is an untimely hour for you to be back.
Yeah, I think I picked up your leg.
Oh, really?
Yes,
That's frustrating.
it is.
Why? Why did you pick it up?
Because we got too close.
Damn. I didn't realize it was a trash stand, sorry, bro.
It's okay.
Damn it, guys, I made Dad sick. Okay, so why am I animating on the frames? What am I, some kind of pleb? Alright, so more. So I'm gonna put that over here. So where does the O sound end? There we go.
How's it going? How's it going? Going? How's it 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 going? Hi. Hello. How's it going? Yes. Yes. Yes.
Make her grin down. Neutral? Neutral. And lower the wide smile. There we go.
Yes. Fuck. What? Yes. Fuck. What? Fuck. What? What? Whoa.
Yeah. Stupid. Anyway.
What? What? Whoa.
Okay, so this one, I'm actually going to bring this out here.
What? Fuck. What? Fuck. Fuck. What? Fuck. What?
Okay, here I'm actually going to close the jaw a bit and get rid of some of the O, but also keep pucker up so that she's got that sort of facial expression. Bring that over and see how that goes.
What? What? What?
Okay, cool. Open the mouth here, or reduce the pucker. Very nice.
What?
Ooh. Close the mouth here. Put a bookmark.
What?
Okay, cool.
What? What?
So this is where the T starts.
What?
Here. T. What?
What? Run. Hi. Hello. How's it going? Yes. Fuck. What? Haha.
Oh, actually, I need to...
What?
The A sound needs to go a little bit further back. And then mouth neutral a bit more.
What?
Yes, there we go.
What? What?
Oh.
Fuck. What?
And now I can just copy and paste this lip sync.
Fuck. What? Fuck. What?
Here we go.
How about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? What? Haha, how about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? Fuck! Stuff over here to do. What? Fuck! What?
I think I might lower the mouth open at this point though. What?
Fuck!
Increase that time there.
Fuck!
I'm actually going to increase the pucker as well. There we go. Change it slightly. See, I don't just copy and paste my animations.
What? Fuck! Stuff over here.
Oh, hello, crispy leafy.
Do a bit now. Better run a roo. What? 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 Yeah. Yeah.
Lower the pucker. Yeah.
What? What?
That pucker there needs to come back.
What? 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 Yeah. What? What?
Alright, I'm going to animate this one because it's going to be...
Whoa.
It's going to be a little bit more in focus, I think.
What?
Get that grin in there.
What? 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 Fuck! What? 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 Fuck!
Alright, cool.
Action with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run, "Hi. Hello. How's it going? Yes. Fuck. What? Haha, how about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? Stuff over here to do a bit now. Fuck.
I might actually keep that open a bit.
Fuck. Stuff over here to do a bit now. Better run a roo. What? Yeah. What? Fuck. Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run, "Hi. Hello."
Alright, so here we go. Face flexes.
typical conversation.
Okay, I'm gonna have Fluttershy be like neutral-ish, like a small smile, and then as soon, because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have Rainbow Dash like walking towards and seeing Fluttershy, and then when Fluttershy sees Rainbow Dash, she's gonna be like, oh. So small smile, neutral mainly. Pucker, smirk. There we go. Sweet.
Hi. Might run. Might run.
Okay, here. Oh, actually.
Run. Hi. Hi.
And then I'm gonna make her start breathing.
Hello.
Gotta make sure I get that tongue in there. So here, we get down, L, up, out, grin.
Hello.
And then here, ooh, grin, get rid of that smirk. Actually, no, put a bit of smirk in there. There we go. That's a good smirk. Nope. There we go. So I'm going to, like that. Easy, easy. Get rid of grin. So now I'm going to replace that with that one. Cool. Get rid of smirk. Actually, a little bit less smirk. And then I'm going to...
Ooh, how's it? Hello. 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 Hello.
Cool. That one here, pucker. Bit of O. Bit of jaw close. Bit of smirk. There we go.
Hello. How's it? Ooh.
I'm not a fan of that. Just 1 second. Going to remove that a little bit. There we go.
Ooh. How's hello? How's it?
Cool.
Ooh. How's it going? Hello? How's it going? Yes.
And he goes,
Going. Yes. Going. Yes.
Not pleasant.
Yes. Yeah.
Get some teeth in there because that looks awkward.
Yes.
Add some wide smile too. There we go.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so I need to
Yeah.
make that motion a little bit more.
Yes. 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 Yes.
And then I need to bring the S sound further closer.
Yes. 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 Fuck. Hello. 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 How's it going? Yes. Yes.
I'll need to remove the pucker a little bit. Add a bit of S in there. Where's the S? There it is. Remove the pucker.
Yes.
And then here I can remove the pucker entirely as well.
Yes.
And then here as well.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And then here as well.
Yes. Yes. Ooh.
Yes.
Yes.
No, actually that's better.
Yes. Yes.
I'm actually going to increase the fall off there.
Yes.
Yes.
Fuck.
And then here, I'm going to have this come out over here.
Yes. Fuck.
And then
Fuck.
at the beginning of this, I'm going to add a little bit of S. And then some more wide smile. And then when I'm zooming on the camera, I'm gonna go fuck.
Fuck. Fuck. What? Haha. Ha ha. Haha. How?
Get rid of the S, wide smile.
Haha. How about
Okay, move this one over here.
Haha. How about that much? Hey. Hello. How's it going? Yes. Fuck. What? Fuck.
I'm just gonna increase the speed of that.
Fuck. Fuck. What? Haha. How about that much anticipated?
All right, here we go.
How about? How?
How about... There we go. I'm not talking much when I'm doing lip syncing animation because I need to...
How about that much? How about that much?
There we go. Contrary to popular belief, don't hate, despise human contact. Hate human contact. They just utterly despise it. That's a good facial expression. I like that one. Actually, I'll bring the O a little bit.
How about that? Much anti.
M sound. Let's go. Pucker, remove O. Pucker, remove jaw. There we go.
Much.
I'm not sitting right. Hey, it's a cadet. Welcome back, cadet. You weren't here before, but you still have a welcome back. Your back is still welcome.
Much and much.
Just 1 second. Quillo dies on stream, animated.
Much and much and much. Anticipation.
T. Oh. Maybe not. There we go, that's a good one.
Sport. It's sport.
If Mama Punk makes an appearance, he'll understand why I'm animating this.
Sports. Sports.
And a bit of stretch.
Match last night, eh? Haha, how about that much anticipated sports match last night? Anticipated sports match. Anticipated sports. Anticipated sports match. Anticipated sports match.
This is all sorts of good times. Can my fellow introverts relate?
Sports match.
I want this A to be like an afterthought. I still need to get that stretch there. There we go. And a bit of smirk. Bit of smirk. Yeah, there we go. And I do want to get some pucker in. A bit less stretch. There we go. Here we go. And then the last one. Less pucker. Wide smile. Less stretch. Less smirk. Bit of stretch. There we go. S, A. Oh, less S. B, though. B, not B. A little bit of B. A little bit of O. There we go. That's what I'm after.
Sports match last night. Haha, how about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? Night, eh? Night, eh?
Okay, so the last minute thought thing didn't really work that well. So I'm going to put a halfway bookmark here and then move this out.
Night, eh? Sports match last night, eh?
And then I do need to make sure the mouse stays closed here.
Eh? Match last night, eh?
It's not fun. Not fun having this. It's bad news. Bad news, bad news. I heard you packing away. Packing to leave, actually, is the word for that one. I am not well, which is a bit of a shame. But hey, you know what? It's fine.
Hello? How's it going? Yes. Fuck! Haha, how about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? Fuck! 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 Stuff. Fuck! 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 Stuff over here to do a bit now. Better run a roo. Haha, how about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? Fuck! Stuff. Conversation might run. Hi. Hello? How's it going? Yes. Fuck! What? Haha, how about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? Fuck!
Oh, this is gonna be funny.
Fuck! Stuff over.
Get rid of some of that stretch.
Fuck! Stuff. Stuff over here. Stuff over here to do a stuff. Stuff over stuff over stuff.
Yeah.
Here to do. Over here to do. Here. Here to do. Here to do. Fuck. Stuff over here to do. Stuff over here.
Actually, I'm going to...
Stuff over here to. Stuff over here to do
There we go.
a bit. Fuck. Stuff over here to do a bit. Now, better run a roo. Stuff over here. Fuck. Stuff over here to do a bit. Now, over here to do a bit. Here.
Wow. Do... It is interesting to see how the lip sync process works. Coughing abound. I can't believe my... Yes, I am streaming a bit early. I want to make today and this time thereabouts to be when I start streaming as a general thing.
Do a bit now.
This is a B sound. There we go. There we go. Sweet. So joining at this point are you, AZ chip, AZG chip, AZG chip, able to determine what I'm animating? Without running back, of course. I'll even settle for the original channel name where this content came from. If you can recognize his voice.
A bit now. To do a bit now. Better. Fuck. Stuff over here to do a bit now. Do a bit now. Do a bit now. Bit now. Now, better bit now, better now, better now, better bit now, better now, better better. Better run now. Better run.
That's okay. He's a really awesome speaking person. British YouTube channel called Exurbia, EXURB1A, Turtle Man. He makes a lot of really philosophical and written word story-based spoken word videos, which are nice to think about. He's very interested in science fiction and the human condition.
Better.
Yeah.
Better runner. Better runneroo. Ow. Better runneroo. Runneroo. What?
And then here, I'm just going to have her slowly go into like a grin.
What? 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 Yeah.
So this one, oh, yes, yes, all right. And then a B, yeah, here we go. I'm making sounds. And then a bit of S, and a bit less pucker. Bit less S, a bit of wide smile, a bit less grin, a bit less, oh yeah, that's fine. Stretching it. There we go. A bit less S. A bit wide smile. Less of that, less of that, less of that, less of that. There we go. Oh yeah. No, I do remember you. I recognize you. I recognize your name. But I wouldn't recognize anything else about you. Dun dun dun.
Yeah. 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 What? Fuck. Fuck.
And now here's when I get intense. Here we go.
Fuck. Fuck.
All right, wonderful. Go ahead and get rid of all of this. Get rid of all of this. Make sure that is all at 0. Wonderful. All right, let's have a look.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run, "Hi. Hello. How's it going? Yes. Fuck. What? Haha, how about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? Fuck. Stuff over here to do a bit
sorry.
now. Better run a roo. What? Yeah. What? Fuck.
Oh, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run, "Hi. Hello. How's it going? Yes. Fuck. Yeah. Yeah.
I need to open her mouth up a bit more here. There we go.
Yes. Fuck. What? Haha, how about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? Fuck. Stuff over here to do a bit now. Better run a roo. What? Yeah. What?
I gotta bring.
Fuck.
I'm gonna bring this a bit further forward. There we go. Very good.
What? Fuck. What? 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 Fuck. What? Yeah.
Actually, I think I might. Just make it go to here.
What? Yeah. What?
And make that one.
What? Fuck. What? Whoa. Whoa.
There we go.
What? What? Fuck.
Excellent. Cool. Good. Wonderful. Brilliant.
Might
Amazing.
run. Hi. Hello. How's it going? Yes. Fuck. What? Haha, how about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? Fuck. Stuff over here to do a bit now. Better run a roo. What? Yeah. What? Fuck.
Oh, this is going great. This is going well. All right, cool. So now what I got to do is set the scene.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run, "Hi. Hello. How's it going? Yes. Fuck.
Okay. What should I have it do? Shut up.
Interaction with
You don't forget lighting this time.
introverts
Shut up.
can be problematic. A typical conversation might run, "Hi. Hello. How's it going? Yes. Fuck. What? Haha, how about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? Fuck. Stuff over here to do a bit now. Better run a roo. What? Yeah. What? Fuck.
Okay. So, I'm thinking Rainbow Dash is going to, it's the camera's going to be far back. Okay, I might. That's how I deal with sickness. Like, it in the throat. In my throat. All right, cool. So, so I might have it as a far the cam. Fluttershy is at home. Rainbow Dash is going to fly in. And she's going to land right on the other side of like a fence. Fluttershy is going to be like watering plants or something, you know, something introverts do.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run.
So here it's going to. Oh, I shouldn't add that motion to it. Hang on. So actually, I should bring it here, and then just bring it back. Bring it up.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run.
Oh. I will be animating this to the frames.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run, "Hi."
Going to make this one a 4. No, 1. This one a 4. There we go. And now I'm going to bring the camera here. Remembering the rule of thirds.
"Hi. Hello. How's it going?" Interaction with
I'm wondering
introverts can be problematic.
if I should do.
Typical conversation might run, "Hi. Hello."
I'm wondering if I should do. If I should do interview camera, or if I should just have it on the side to side, more like the video originally is. So interview cam. I'm gonna animate interview cam first. No, I'm gonna animate the original first.
"Hi. Hello. How's it going? Yes. Fuck. 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 What? Whoa. Fuck. Haha, how about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? What? Stuff over here to do a bit now. Better run a roo. What? Yeah. What? Fuck.
Make it a little bit quicker. Excellent. Okay, so this is the original camera, as it is in the original video.
Hi. Hello. How's it going? Yes. Fuck. What? Haha, how about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? Fuck. Stuff over here to do a bit now. Better run a roo. What? Yeah. What? Fuck.
That looks good. That looks good. All right. I might just smooth this out a little bit.
Fuck. Fuck. Fuck.
Cool. Looks good. And then.
Fuck. 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 What? Haha.
That looks
how
good.
About... Fuck. What? Haha, how about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? Fuck. Stuff over here to do a bit now. Better run a roo. What? Yeah. What? Fuck.
Okay. So there's that one, and then the other one I could do is a more cinematic type of arrangement of shots. So I think the first bit is still going to be the same. Cool. So the first bit's probably still going to be the same.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run, "Hi." Yeah.
So playhead, and then bring the camera. Like here. Cool.
Hi. Hello. Hello. How's it going? Hello. 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 How's it going? Yeah. How's it going? Yes. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck.
All right.
What?
So. I'm gonna cut back to Rainbow Dash quick.
What? Yes. Fuck.
And then here. Just straight zoom. It's a bit quicker.
What? might run. Hi. Hello? How's it going? Yes. Fuck! What? Haha. What?
Oh, not a bookmark. Get rid of that. All right, cool.
Fuck! What? Haha. How about that much anticipated? What?
Gonna increase the time here a little bit more.
What? Haha. How about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? What? Last night, eh? What? Fuck! What? Fuck!
I might actually. Okay. So if I do this.
What? Haha. How about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? Fuck! Fuck! Stars. Fuck! Fuck!
An immediate zoom.
Fuck! Stuff. Fuck! Stuff. Fuck! Fuck! Stuff over here. Fuck! Stuff over here to do a bit now. Better run a roo. What? Yeah.
Alright, I'm not enjoying this cinematic camera at the moment. I might just keep animating to this one.
A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello? How's it going? Yes. Fuck! What? Haha. How about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? Fuck! Stuff over here to do a bit now. Better run a roo. What? Yeah. What? Fuck!
Okay.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi.
So I will blade this, and I will animate Rainbow Dash flying in here. Am I going to do that right now? Yes. Cool. So, I do want her...
Typical conversation might run. No run. No run. She might.
So... I haven't repositioned their eyes just yet, so at the moment, yes, but once I've finished it, they're not going to be looking up. That's just where SFM puts the default position of the view target bone, which is where they look at. So I haven't done anything with the eyes yet. Yes, thank you for coming to my defense, VW Thug. But yeah, no, that's just the default position of where the models load their eyes. I might actually bring this a bit forward. Cool. So blocking time. I will have to block this out.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run.
I think I'm going to copy and paste Rainbow Dash, and I'm going to have her start. I'm going to animate it forwards. So to start off with, I'm going to put her in the flying pose. With her wings out, of course. Cool. And then I'm going to animate her here. There we go. I'm going to animate her root transform
Interaction with
first.
introverts Interaction with introverts can be
Cool.
problematic.
That's fair enough.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation. Interaction with introverts can be problematic. Interaction with introverts can be problematic.
That's bad. 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 Alright.
Introverts can be problematic. Introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Can be problematic.
So I might go down here.
Can be problematic. Can be problematic. Can be problematic.
That's not... No, actually, that is what I want to do. Okay. So I'm going to... that one here.
Can be problematic. Problematic. Can be problematic. A typical 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 conversation might run. Hi.
Okay. And now I'm going to grab the root transform from here and then put it here.
A typical conversation problematic. A typical conversation might interaction with introverts can be problematic. Introverts can be problematic.
Bit too slow.
Can be problematic. Can be problematic.
It's a bit too fast. I might actually bring this all the way out so she's not visible.
Problematic. It can be problematic. A typical can be problematic. A typical can be problematic.
Okay, and now what I'm going to do is animate the pelvis. One second. But yes, I quit on SFM when I first opened it. I tried to do something and then I quit, and then I think it was 3 or 6 months later, that's the next time I opened it up again, and then I made my first shitty little animation. So it's hard to get used to, but once you get used to it, it's fine.
Be problematic. A typical be problem.
Alright, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to lower her here.
Problem. Tick. Problematic. A tick.
That's a bit awkward, so I might just get rid of this pose.
Tick. problematic. A typical problematic.
And then have her land on her back legs. Typical. What? No. And then I'm gonna get the pelvis. Copy this. Like that. Not like that though.
Cool conversation.
If I just get the pause and then move it forward.
Typical conversation. A typical conversation. A typical a typical conversation.
Cool. Right on. So I've got my basic pelvis motion here.
A typical conversation.
I might
be problematic.
change it later on.
A typical be problematic. A typical be problematic. A typical
Actually, pelvis is not done yet. Whoops.
Typical conversation. A typical conversation might. A typical conversation might. Typical conversation.
Maybe not that much.
A typical conversation might run. Hi. Can be problematic. A typical conversation.
Okay, cool. So I've got the basic motion of what I want here.
A typical conversation. A typical conversation. Conversation. Typical conversation.
Cool.
Typical conversation. Typical conversation. A typical conversation might.
Okay, now what I'm gonna do is, since y'all are children, just gonna bake the procedural bones, and then get that booty.
Be problematic. A typical conversation might can be problem.
Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to animate the rest of her body positions, essentially as blocking. I think I might manually animate the ears as well. Whoopsie daisy. Oh no, her butt has disappeared then. Okay, so let me just utilities, reattach to model. And then all the jiggle bones. Yeah, and then default. There we go. Now her butt has not disappeared.
Problematic. It can be
Alright, so.
Problematic.
Grace. Still children. Alright.
Conversation.
Cool.
Typical conversation. Typical conversation. Typical
cock.
Typical conversation. A typical conversation might run. A typical conversation might be problematic. A typical conversation be problematic. A typical conversation problematic. A typical.
So the point in which the pelvis is like this, I want the legs. Okay, so I will have to animate the legs, and I might have to change her pelvis after I'm done with them, but
Problem. Problematic.
okay. So now I'm going to grab all of the leg bones.
That's it.
Cool. Bring the legs forward.
That's sick. A typical.
And then when the pelvis has made contact with the ground, I need to make sure that her legs have also made contact with the ground. So let's bring this. I might actually grab all of these bones. Put a bookmark there, just so I know where all of them are. Excuse me while I get rid of Dashi's tail for a sec. Let's just go ahead and make her bold. All right, cool.
A typical.
But Quillo, why aren't you using rigs? Because I fuck like a champion. Alright. Indeed, her kung fu stance.
Typical.
Cool. And then this is the next pose. I might actually refine her motions with a rig. So I'm going to default this. And then I'm going to bend her legs so that they are on the ground. And then I'm going to reposition them so that they are in the same relative position as the previous frame. Actually, no, I'm going to bend her legs this way to make sure that they are in the same relative position as the next frame. Cool.
Typical.
It's not going to look right in between at the moment, but that's because I need to add another frame of leg motion in between the hip motion. Cool.
Typical conversation. Dramatic. A typical conversation.
Cool. I don't think I need to move the pelvis then, which is good news, but I will just put a bookmark for all of these so that the pelvis doesn't move here. So now I can bend these guys a bit so that they are in the same relative position in between the two frames surrounding them. Message retracted.
Typical
Rude. Wait, hang on. Hang on. I don't think I can do that just yet. So allow me to just delete the bookmark in the center, because I do need to make sure that the next pelvis move, the legs also have a bookmark, because that can actually add to the... Yeah, there we go. Cool. So here I need to make sure the legs are in relatively the same position, and I think I will just do this quickly. Yeah, no, I'll do it quickly so that then I can better it with a rig, because that is indeed what rigs are really good for, making sure your feet are not bad, or anything touching a surface, that is. Doesn't always have to be feet. Other things can touch surfaces too. Cool. And then next pelvis position, legs here. I'm going to default them real quick. Cool. And now I'm going to put them in the correct relative position. I made my dad sick and I'm not happy about that. I'm really not happy about that, lads. It's bad news. I should have been wearing a mask. It's grinding on my soul every time my father coughs. It's not fun. It's not right. I should have protected him further. And now I have to deal with it. And now he has to deal with it. It's not good. Not good. Anyway.
A typical conversation. A typical conversation.
Ooh.
A typical conversation.
That's already pretty damn good. Holy shit. Alright.
A typical conversation. Automatic. A typical conversation. Automatic. A typical conversation. Automatic. A typical conversation. Automatic.
Fuck, that's already looking pretty good. Holy shit. Alright. Now let's do the front of her body.
Automatic. Problematic.
I think I might have one of her hooves like touch the ground here. I might make it her right hoof. Why does that look a bit weird? Oh, that's why. Okay. Because Rainbow Dash strikes me as the kind of pony to want to make a bit of an entrance.
Problematic.
Now she's a little bit too low though.
Problematic. Problematic. It's problematic.
And then let's bring this up again. What the fuck? Why does her hoof look so weird? Oh, when the fuck did that happen? Okay. That's weird. Alright. Okay. Is that just her default or something? Did I actually change that setting and then just not remember me changing that setting?
It
Flipping
can
out,
be
dude.
problematic. It can be problematic. Sick. Animatic. Animatic. It's matic. It's animatic. It's
Cool. Let's do the other hoof now. Oops. I'm putting a lot of effort into this fucking flight animation, but I'm really enjoying it, to be honest.
Problematic. A typical problematic. A typical conversation. Problematic. A typical problematic. A typical conversation. Problematic. A typical conversation. A typical problematic. A typical.
So now here I'm gonna have her legs touching the ground here. Yeah, this is why I'm gonna need to use a rig.
Typical.
Okay, so her legs going to actually I'm gonna make this left shoulder go a little bit further out. I'm gonna need to grab the frame that the hooves touch the ground. So this one here. I'm just going to do her right shoulder at the moment. Bring it up. Bring that back.
Typical.
I might actually make this a 1. That works. And then the next frame here, that is when I need to put that default in. Okay. Nope. Nope.
A typical conversation. Typical conversation. Typical conversation.
Oh. The fuck? How did that appear?
Cool conversation. Cool conversation. Cool conversation. Cool con. Cool conversation. A typical conversation might run. Cool conversation might. Cool conversation. Cool convers.
Cool. Very sure-hoofed.
Cool conversation. A typical conversation might. Conversation.
I could also just move this a little bit back, and then move this a little bit back. So I do want one hoof in front of the other, sure.
A typical conversation.
And then this one is going to come back. And this one as well.
Conversation. A typical conversation.
You can find them around the
conversation-
place,
a typical
but most of the pony models are on DeviantArt. If you search up Juicane enhanced pony SFM models, that's these ones specifically. They have a whole host of facial flexes and things like that. What the fuck? I didn't put face core there. Okay, so that must have been something
Typical
stupid.
conversation might run. Hi. Hello. Typical conversation might run. Hi.
You might do. It depends on how big your hard drive currently is and how many models you want to have. Currently, my SFM folder is my single biggest folder in my entire computer, and it is. Let me just run the numbers real quick. It's 6, 7 gigabytes, 8 gigabytes, 9 gigabytes. Let's just let that run for a bit, and I'll let you know how big my SFM folder is. You hear my computer freaking out. Just trying to read all of the data. I disabled her tail for now because I need to make sure it's not in the way. I will be animating it in, but none right now. All right.
Cool conversation can be problematic. A typical conversation can be problematic. A typical conversation can be problematic. A typical conversation problematic. A typical conversation.
This is looking like a really fucking good landing animation, to be honest. I'm surprised. I might make her tuck in a little bit more with her legs.
A typical conversation might a typical conversation might run. Typical conversation.
And then I can actually keep her left leg out here and then just like raise it a bit to make it so that she's actually like moving her hoof back.
Conversation might run. Typical.
Okay, now I'm gonna do her neck and head.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic.
Look at that, it's adorable. And let's just have a look at what that quick little head and neck animation added to the scene. Is that like that? Oh, there's no, there we go.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Be problematic. A typical be problematic.
I am going to have to get her head here and move it down. It is 130 gigabytes.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation.
Ooh, gross. Ow. Ooh, gross. That's very gross. Very gross indeed. I need to delete that frame. I need to move this one back. I need to move this one over here. I need to delete this frame. I need to move this one back.
Typical conversation.
And I need to increase these ones over here.
Typical conversation.
There we go.
Typical conversation. A 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 typical conversation might.
Cool. And then another bookmark right there. And then that is pretty much done. If I just select all of these and press 3, and then get the moment her...
A typical conversation. A typical conversation. A typical conversation might. A typical conversation might.
Cool.
Be problematic. A typical conversation might. Introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might. Can be problematic. A typical conversation. Typical conversation.
And then coming back here, I think I need to move her neck up a bit. There we go. And then again here.
A typical conversation. A typical conversation. A typical conversation. Cool conversation. Cool conversation. Cool conversation.
Very nice.
A typical conversation might run. A typical conversation.
Look at that. Look at that.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run.
That's awesome. Look at that. I fucking love that. And now I just got to animate her wings. Okay. Okay.
Can be
That's okay. Let's give this a go. So she's currently gliding at the moment, so her wings are going to be down, but also a little bit this way. That's fine. I'm going to... actually, they're going to be a little bit back as well. That's fine. I'm going to grab the wing open, make it come up a bit. Cool. And then the same on the right side. Oh. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. So right wing open down that way. Whoops. And then left wing open down that way, and then left wing open 0 up this way. Very nice, I think. Then here, I'm going to bring her wings up.
Be problematic.
And then here, I'm going to bring the wings down. I think I should do the same sort of thing before, so I'm gonna bring the wing down like this, and then forward. And then
can be problematic. A typical conversation.
And then I'm gonna bring her wing up. Oh, actually, up and out, further out, because she's gonna flap it down again from down there. 60 is my favorite frame rate. It's the best frame rate for things like video games and whatnot. But the techniques that I use only work in 60 frames a second. If you animate in 24 frames a second, you're going to get hired for all of the jobs. But if you animate in 60 frames a second, it just looks better. Cool. And then here I'm going to bring both wings down again. That wing's not meant to be like that. Oh, that's okay. I'm just going to growth. One sec, guys. How come concurrent viewers at the top say 6 and concurrent viewers down here says 2? Well, which is it? Is it 7 or 2? Weird. Ah, well. I won't question it. Okay, so Fluttershy is now no longer selectable. Let's have a look at this.
A typical conversation. Problematic. A typical conversation. A typical...
That's too quick. It's too soon. So this right wing open. I need to bring this out here. There we go. Cool. And then I'm going to bring it down further. Excellent. Cool. And of course, I'm going to add the set up skin body groups animation. Let me have a look at the body groups. Mane and tail. I'm just going to get rid of for now. Left wing, right wing. Open. Cool. And then here, I'm going to close them.
Typical conversation. A typical conversation might.
Cool. And you can see in the description, you can see on the title there's a little asterisk, and in the description it's the 60 FPS is the best frame rate for animations animated in 60 frames a second.
Problematic. A typical.
I am a firm believer of animations requiring to be animated, requiring to be rendered in the animation, the frame rate that they are animated for. Noodle has this brilliant, the animator Noodle has this brilliant video about how he's talking about the AI that tries to interpolate between frames of animations that are animated on the 2s to try and bring it up to 60 frames a second, and it looks trash. To a lay person, that they look at those animations, it looks smoother, but to animators and people that really enjoy the medium, they can see that there's all of these like blurriness and fuzziness and not actual like smear frames, but it's not good. The AI does its best, and it's really good technology, but it just shouldn't be applied in situations where the animators weren't intending their animations to be run at a higher frame rate. If the animation was animated at higher frame rates, then it looks good in higher frame rates. But low frame rate animations, quote unquote low frame rate, standard frame rate animations, so 24 frames a second on the 2, so 12 frames a second, looks better in 24 frames a second. You can't just increase that to 60 frames a second and call it a day, because it's not going to work. And then 60 frames a second animations look worse when trying to render at 24 frames a second. Look at Cuphead, for instance. Those are cel-shaded, hand-animated things on 60 frames a second, because it is a game and it needs to run at 60 frames a second. And so the artist had to draw 60 different frames of a thing every single second. And it looks fucking beautiful. But you can't just do that by grabbing something that's already been animated and then putting it through an AI generation and then spitting it out as 60 frames a second. You just can't do that, because it just doesn't look right, and it doesn't look good at all. So 60 frames a second is the best frame rate for animations animated in 60 frames a second.
Cool conversation. Typical conversation. Cool conversation. Cool conversation.
Cool. Now I'm going to animate the rest of her wings. I'm just going to get rid of what I've already done so far. 1 second. Oh, easy chip. Yeah, no. These are the enhanced ones, Juice Dane's enhanced models. I think it's version 2 or something like that. But just get whichever was the most recent one. That is, if it's still public. I don't know if he's still put it on, but there's no reason why I wouldn't.
A typical conversation.
All right, cool. So now I'm going to animate left wing open 0 and 1. Now, this is a physics animation primarily, the wings here. So there's less like character I need to put into it, and it's just hard logic physics sort of thing. And so if it looks good in a... Oh, that's down open, yep. And so when it looks good, whoopsie daisy, when it looks good, I don't have to like personally, I don't have to think much about how to make it look good, because I'm pretty damn, I would say I'm pretty damn good at animating physics. So this shouldn't be, it's going to take a while, but it shouldn't be too bad. And I mean, like, obviously my manual animating skills is never going to be exactly the same as a computer's rendered physics animation, of course. But typically speaking, my brain is a computer. Cool. Alright, so here... I might actually I might actually... Yeah, I'm gonna bring this up a bit further. And then here, I'm essentially gonna bring it all the way down. Just slightly translate the motion there.
It's problematic. It's problematic. It's problematic. It's problematic.
Cool. Now all that's left to do is to do the physics. Okay, so here, right, so how do I animate physics? Well, you have to have a look at where the model was and where the model, yeah, just where the model was. Usually when you're trying to animate character motions, you have to think about where the model was and where the model will be. But now we're just looking at where the model was, and always use that as determining where the model is now. So currently, in this frame here, I'm going to grab all of the wing bones here, and I'm just going to put a bookmark. Beep. So in this frame here, the previous... Oh, that's down. That's fine. The previous, you know... and the other thing is that it's not just where the bone was based on where it was previously, so the position of the bone specifically, it's actually the world position of the bone previously. So this bone here wasn't just rotated in this specific way. No, it's specifically at this point in location. And when we move it forward, it's moving forward. Right? So that's something you have to keep in mind. And so now I'm going to set it up to rotate downwards. And your keyframes in any physics animation is always when the specific motion itself starts changing. So I'm going to animate it so that these wings are facing slightly backwards. And of course, she's still having a downwards vector. So at the moment, her wings are still spread out all the way, even though I've moved her wings up slightly. You know, the Z rotation is slightly greater on the right wing open 0, so it's moved slightly this way. Even though I moved it slightly this way, her wings here are still going to be spread out this way. So it's going to be in the same direction. Even though if you're animating it physically outside of any sort of motion, these wings would have to go like that to counteract that. But now they're actually going the other way because she's still got some of that forward motion. Okay? And now, at about this halfway point is possibly where I'm going to start getting some actual physical power into it. So I might actually just delete. I might actually bookmark that and then delete this one. So now there's the difference between physics in physics with body power versus physics without body power. And when I'm talking about with body power, it's the difference between having your hand just dangling. This is without body, well, technically this is without body power if we're just looking at things like the fingers. But the wrist here actually has body power in it because I'm translating it here. But then if I was to like do that specifically, then this part has the body power in it and this part doesn't. So this one has a little bit more of the physics associated with it. But then, you know, it's hard to explain, I guess, hard to explain. But feathers on wings have no body power in it, but the actual bone of the wing has body power in it. So as it's coming in, it's going to be extended slightly this way, and then, actually, I will actually just use my hand. So as it's coming in, it's going to be extended this way, but there's body power here and body power here, but no body power here. So as the wing comes down, it's going to extend backwards a little bit, these non-body power bits, but then this part's going to come down, and then the wings come down. So it's going to be like that, as opposed to just like, so it's got to be, and these things, the feathers don't actually have any body power in it, so it's entirely controlled by physics. So now, if I have a look at this frame here, I'm actually going to get the right wing open, and I'm actually going to fold it in the exact opposite direction to where it was previously. And if there wasn't any physics associated with it, it wouldn't be in this motion here wouldn't actually be incorrect. Wouldn't actually be correct at all. Gross. Anyway. Okay. Okay. So, now what we got to do is animate the feathers. So, the feathers still have this forward down motion, so what they're going to be doing is going backwards up. So they are still having this forward down, so they're going to go backwards up. I feel like I'm just going to animate one wing for now, the wing at the front, because that's the more visible one. I'm just going to animate one wing for now so I can show you what I'm talking about. So these are still going backwards up, right? However, still going backwards, and now it's starting to change. So now when you consider where the feathers are versus where they are going, now it's starting to go slightly this way, so slightly going that way, which means the feathers are going to be going this way. So it's at this point here where the previous motion of the feathers has to be taken into account. So now the feathers here are going to be going forward. I'm just gonna pretend her head doesn't exist here for a sec, because I might just move her wing, her other parts of the wing in a bit. Right? So now the wings are, now the feathers are coming forward. And then when the wing, just gonna reduce that a bit and move it forward. There we go. So now the feathers have got that forward motion in them, so I'm just going to add a little bit more forward motion. And now I'm going to get the wings to be in a open position out here. That's both, it's going to be a powered motion of this part. And then another wing flap here. And of course I'm gonna have to do some slight translation just so that her bone doesn't look like it's coming into the body. Cool.
A typical conversation problematic.
So that's gonna have to come back. Cool. Let me just grab all of these points here and just 3 these. Cool. Now I need to animate the rest of the feathers. So let's have a look at these feathers here. So here the feathers are now moving backwards, which means the feathers have to move forward. So the wings are moving backwards, which means the feathers have to move forward. So we're going to move those feathers forward. And feel free to somewhat over-exaggerate your physics a little bit, but the boundary is you can't make your physics go further. You can't make your physics go... Oh, it's hard to explain. So when a flag flaps, or when you drag some... Yeah, okay. So when you drag a... hang on a sec. Let me... make this into a little streamer. Hang on. This is going to be bad. Okay, so tissues rip down this way. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so when you've got a streamer like this, right, and if it's just staying naturally like this, let me go into that. So when you've got a streamer like this, and then when you pull it in this direction, the streamer itself goes that way. However, the bottom of the streamer doesn't actually go past the point at which it starts. Outside of any air friction, so as I'm blowing, it's moving it that way. But when you animate something in a vacuum, and when you pull it back, it doesn't actually go past where it starts. So let's have a look here. So you see, it doesn't go past my finger here. It goes up, but it doesn't actually go past it. See? And so when you're animating physics, you have to make sure that your physical motions don't actually go, doesn't actually look like it has any power going in the opposite direction. There's no power, and then it accelerates. So, you know, a poorly animated thing might look like this. You know, it goes past the original starting point. And I'm just adding some air to it. And a well-animated one, in a vacuum, mind you, won't actually go past that point. So there's a difference, like if it's in high wind. There's a difference in that one. But yeah, no, you do, when animating things like this, the more realistic one is to make sure that there's no forwards motion when something's being pulled that way, without any initial velocity. If it does have an initial velocity, then obviously it's going to go past where it turns. So you consider this is my fulcrum here, where my fingers are. You can use the grid outlined by my curtains in the background. As my finger goes past that fourth line here, so this fourth line here, the bottom of my tissue does actually go further, you know, because of the fact that there's some inherent velocity in it. So I'm trying to do that sort of example, but yeah, so it does actually go past it a little bit, especially if, you know, you're doing that one. It does actually go past it a little bit, but that's because it's got some inherent velocity. Anyway, so physics, gotta make sure. All right. Okay, so so now her wings are moving backwards, so now her feathers have to move forwards. But I'm not going past what they should. And it's difficult to explain. I mean, you just saw me try to explain, quote unquote, what it should. Here we go. Okay, so there we go. So if I animate this, exaggerate it further, like this, so bring it even further down, you can see that the feathers look like they have a bit like as if there's a bone in it, But that shouldn't actually be what it's happening. So you have to. It shouldn't actually be what it should do. So you have to sort of decrease the motion a little bit. And then now when you've got some motion and you're starting to make that motion go in the opposite direction, your acceleration starts at the moment you start slowing down. It doesn't start here, it starts here. The acceleration in that direction there. So any physics objects tied to a bone that starts moving backwards, starts slowing down, that is when that physics objects, so imagine this as the physics object, there's a point in between, oh, I know, yeah, so imagine this as the physics object, this is where, the top is where the force is being applied, and the bottom is the physics part. The moment it starts moving, slowing down, is the moment it starts correcting and moving in the other direction, okay? So the moment it starts slowing down is the moment it starts turning. It doesn't start turning here, because that's not correct. So that's not correct entirely. It looks like it's stuck here and then suddenly it becomes a physics object. No, the motion should be applied once it starts slowing down. So the moment the wings have to start folding out again is not here where it starts going down, it's here where it stops moving outwards. So this part is where the wings have to come out again. But of course, not past where it should. And now it's going to go even further. And look at that. Cool. And then, of course, the fastest velocity that this wing is going is about here, the halfway point, and then it starts slowing down again. So it's at this point where the wings are at their fullest extension. That's down. Cool. Cool. And now when it stops, it's going to be going down further. Now, ponies can actually control their feathers to an extent. In the topic of like holding things and whatnot, they can actually control their feathers a bit, which I think is a little bit weird looking. But hey, you know what? It's what they do.
Typical conversation.
And then I'm gonna have to go even further down. And then here, right wing open has to come down again.
Typical conversation might
Cool.
problematic. A typical conversation might problematic. A typical problematic. A typical conversation problematic. A typical conversation
Cool. And then I'm just gonna bring this up a bit. And then I'm just gonna flatten this out a little bit. And now ending this motion, I am actually struggling a bit with the physics of this, so let's see how this goes. No, okay, so these have to come down a bit. Oh, I do also want to bring the wing forward. Actually, whoops. Because I want it to... Okay, so I need to bring the tip down this way and then wing open up this way. There we go. Okay, so here you can see that the wing comes back up further than it should. So I do need to make sure that it does actually go down a little bit here.
A typical conversation might
And now here, with right wing closed. So here, I'm going to bring it forward, bring this up, bring this out, but bring this up and this up.
Conversation might conversation might run. Conversation might run. Conversation might run. Conversation might. Conversation might. Conversation might. Conversation.
Okay, cool. And then here, I'm going to grab right wing open and try to. Okay, I'm gonna have to break the bone a bit. So I am gonna have to break the bones a bit. But I need to get it into the position. Whoops. That it starts to get into. So these guys are gonna have to like come out a bit. And it's gonna, I'm gonna have to break it a little bit as well.
Conversation might run. Conversation might. Conversation might. Conversation might. Conversation might. Conversation might.
I might actually grab the closed wing here and actually like bring it kind of like all the way out this way.
Conversation.
But like have this part over here.
Conversation might. Conversation might run. Conversation might. Conversation.
The fuck? Come on, you bastard. What the fuck is going on? Motions, please. Oh, that's why.
Conversation. Conversation. Conversation.
But still, like, what the fuck is this tangent line doing? Whatever.
Conversation might run. Conversation might. Conversation might. Conversation might run. Conversation. Conversation might. Conversation might. Cool conversation might. Cool conversation might. Cool conversation might. Cool conversation might.
Okay, so now I'm gonna grab the right wing here. I need to essentially put it. Okay, I'm going to work from the camera's perspective, and I need to make sure that it lines up better. So it looks like I might actually need to do it this way to foreshorten it to the point where it looks like it's actually working. And then
conversation. Conversation might. Conversation.
so I've got it in the wrong direction.
Cool conversation might. Cool conversation. Conversation might. Conversation. Conversation might. Conversation. 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 Cool conversation might. Conversation. Conversation. Conversation.
Well, it's getting close.
Conversation. A typical conversation. A typical conversation. Cool conversation. Cool conversation. Cool conversation.
And I might just have to grab essentially all of the bones here. Just put a bookmark here and delete all of these ones.
Cool conversation. Cool conversation. Cool conversation. Cool conversation. typical conversation, typical conversation, typical conversation, typical conversation.
And I might actually put some scale controls on there. That's right.
Conversation, 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 cool conversation, cool conversation, cool conversation, cool conversation, cool conversation.
So now I'm going to grab the wing closed. I have no idea what I'm doing, by the way. I am just making this up as I go. I might actually get the right wing here and just move this to this point.
Conversation, 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 cool conversation, conversation, cool conversation.
I mean, it's looking pretty okay. But now I just need to grab this here and line it up.
Conversation, 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 conversation.
I might actually
conversation, conversation, conversation.
Okay, so let's grab the right wing open again and actually translate this downwards, because I need to get that corner where it appears in the next frame.
Conversation, 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 conversation.
Cool.
Conversation, 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 conversation,
And then I need to get this one where it should be. So a little bit further. Cool. And now I need to get this one where it will be. Of course, I am breaking it a little bit, but that's okay.
Conversation, conversation, my conversation, my conversation, my cool conversation, my cool conversation, my cool conversation, my.
And then I think I might be able to do the rest in post. So we'll see how that goes. I'm going to grab all of these bones here. I'm going to put a bookmark here and just move it forward.
Cool conversation, cool conversation, cool conversation, cool conversation, cool conversation, my cool conversation, my a typical conversation, my cool conversation, cool conversation, my cool conversation, cool conversation, a typical conversation, a typical conversation.
Okay, and then here, what happens if I'm just going to save real quick. If I delete this frame.
Typical conversation, typical conversation, typical conversation, typical conversation, my typical typical.
I'm going to grab all of these points here and just move them down a little bit more.
typical conversation, typical conversation, typical conversation. Cool.
And then here, I'm gonna bring it down a bit as well. Yeah.
Typical conversation, my typical conversation, my typical conversation, typical conversation, my typical conversation.
And then here, I'm actually gonna bring this down a little bit more. Oops.
Cool conversation might run. Problem cool conversation might run.
There we go. So let's have a look at this wing doing its thing.
Can be problematic. A typical can be problematic. A typical
How
conversation.
cool is that? How good is that motion there? I'm just going to lock my camera to the root transform. Right, so you can have a look. Hang on a second. So you can have a look at the actual motions there.
Can be problematic. A typical conversation.
Okay, so I might have to do it to the Chester one actually. Let's have a look over here.
Can be problematic. A typical conversation might.
Look at that.
Introverts
That little
can be
last bit
problematic.
probably could be
A
better,
typical
but
conversation might.
you know what? It's what I'm going
A
with.
typical conversation might be problematic. A typical conversation might.
It looks really good.
Can be problematic. A typical
Yeah,
conversation.
no, I'm happy with that for sure.
Can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi.
Hi.
Introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation
Yeah,
might
I
really be problematic.
fucking love this.
A typical
Oh my fucking god, I love this fucking landing animation. Holy shit.
problematic. A typical conversation might.
What the fuck?
Introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation. Introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation. Introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello.
I'm really liking how it looks at the moment.
Problematic. A typical conversation. A typical.
All right. So the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm essentially gonna hide the left wing. I will animate all of everything still. So like I will need to make sure that these wing things. So these guys here. So here, there we go. Gonna bring these wing boys forward. This is not my voice. This is the voice of a British YouTuber named Exurbia. He's a really awesome. That is EXURB1A. He makes really awesome spoken word videos about either shitposting or creative works that he's written or intensely philosophical discussion. With memes and shitposting throughout the entire thing. He's a philosopher for the modern time, I reckon. And he despises it being called that. He'd probably despise being called that, to be honest. But I don't know him. And he does do that speaking smart really well. If you really want to, the video that I'm currently animating to is called How to Care for Your Introvert. And then my absolute favorite video of his is a video called Misery Was. So how to care for your introvert, and misery was. How do you spell misery? Yeah, E. those are my two favorite videos of his, but pretty much all of his videos are brilliant to watch. If you are one of those artists that can do their thing whilst listening to like audiobooks or spoken words, seriously, his voice is just angelic, and his words are very smart indeed. What was another one of his videos that kind of breaks your brain when you watch it? It is a funny one. It's like how to feel good always. Something like that. Mind uploading. Now you happy always maybe. I love this fucking video. So give this video a look as well. Boom. Give that one a look. Because it's funny to listen to. Now you happy always maybe.
Cool conversation.
And then all I gotta do right now is just hide the back wing so that it can't be seen from this direction, and that's all I gotta do. Yep, there we go.
Cool conversation can be problematic. A typical conversation might run, "Hi." Interaction with introverts can be problematic.
Cool. Now I gotta do is her tail. So let's get a look at her tail. Just gonna go ahead and put these guys back in. Whoop. Cool. Now her tail is another one of those instantly physics-based motions. The only part that's not really physics-based is the tail one, but even then, majority of it is physics-based. And so this part here is going to be going straight, easy, because it's currently inside the wind. Pardon me.
Can be problematic.
So here, the tail is still going to keep going down. So it's going to keep going down here. And when I do these intensely physics-based motions, I always do the front one first, and then I do the rest of it. So now I'm going to get her tail out of the way.
A typical conversation can be problematic. A typical conversation. Typical conversation might
Cool.
run.
And then I'm just going to put it default here. Easy. Why? Oh.
Problematic. A typical problematic. A typical problematic.
So this is actually pretty...
A typical critic. A typical critic. A typical conversation. A typical conversation.
I don't think this one should be there. Since
Conversation.
it's... Whoa! Okay. Maybe not.
A typical conversation. A typical conversation might. A typical conversation. A typical conversation might. A typical conversation. A typical conversation. A typical conversation.
Cool. And now tail 2. And the other thing is that you can use the green dots here to determine where the physics is going to be. So the best way that I've found is to make sure that this little green circle here lines up perfectly with these green dots. Sometimes it's not like that, but the green dots will definitely tell you a lot of information about where this bone is or was and where it should be going.
It's problematic. A typical conversation.
And I'm just going to put this default here.
Problematic. A typical conversation. Problematic. A typical.
Nope.
Conversation might run. A typical conversation
Ooh,
might
very
run.
nice.
A typical conversation might run. Hi. Typical conversation might run. Conversation might run. Conversation might run. Cool conversation might run. Hi.
Hello.
Cool conversation might run. Cool conversation might run.
Hello.
Run. Conversation might run. Hi. Conversation might. Conversation might run. Conversation might run. Hi. Conversation might run. Hi. Conversation might run. Hi. A typical conversation might run.
Actually, I'm going to put it here so I can put a little bit of anticipation inside this cut.
Conversation might run. Hi. Conversation might run. Hi. Hello. How's it going? Yes. Fuck. What? Haha. How about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? Fuck. Stuff over here to do a bit now. Better run a roo. What? Yeah. What? Fuck. Interaction with introverts can be problematic.
How do you mean
A typical
transparent?
conversation might run. Hi. Can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Can be problematic.
Because you got to make sure that the user mod folder goes in the user mod position, and so if there's materials and models, those materials and models, it should go user mod and then materials and models. Then inside materials is going to be another file called models, but that models file has to be inside the materials folder. So user mod, materials and models, and then this is where all the model data is for the ponies, and then this is where all the material data is for the ponies. So that's one thing that you have to make sure you do. So when you got an extraction and it has user mod on it, just copy that into your SFM game folder. But if it has two different folders named materials and models, then that has to go inside the user mod folder.
Be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Might run.
Cool. And whoopsie daisy.
Run.
Let
Might run.
me just undo that one. Cool.
Conversation might run.
Cool. Now I'm just gonna grab tail 3. The fuck? Oh, right.
Problematic. Sick. conversation might run.
So let's have a look at that one.
Problematic. A typical conversation might run.
How cool is that?
Problematic. A typical conversation might run. A typical conversation might run. Problematic. A typical conversation might run. Problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hi. Might run. Hi. Hello. How's it going? Yes. Fuck. What? Haha. How about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? Fuck! Stuff over here to do a bit now. Better run a roo. What? Yeah. What? Fuck! Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might with introverts
Fuck, I'm in
can
love
be
with this
problematic.
fucking
A typical conversation might run.
landing motion.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello. How's it going? Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. A typical conversation might run. A typical conversation might run. Problematic. A typical conversation might run. Be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello. How's it going? Problematic. A typical conversation might run. Can be problematic. A typical conversation
Xavier.
might run. Might run. Conversation might run. Conversation might run.
Oh.
Problematic. A typical
Oh, okay. Alright.
might run. Can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello. How's it going? Might run.
Cool. Now what I'm going to do, I might actually just, real quick, copy this, paste it, call it flying land. Lanad. Flying land. And I might actually extract that and put it like on a website or something. Because it's pretty fucking good, not gonna lie. I will also have to do the jiggle bones. So let's go ahead and re-enable these jiggle bones.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run.
Oh, how good is that, eh? Fuck yeah.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi.
Cool.
A typical conversation might.
Cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and just clear that off. Cool. And now I'm going to go to 0 and I'm going to say utilities bake procedural bones so that I can get the jiggle bones now and make sure there's nothing silly going on. Like that's something silly going on. Let's have a look.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical.
Okay, so let's start off with the main. Typically speaking, you'd want to get rid of anything like that.
Problematic. A typical conversation might run. Introverts can be problematic. A typical.
Okay.
Problematic.
Ah, fuck it, I'm just going to animate it myself. Here, I'm going to use the motion editor though, so you'll get to see how that goes. So here, I'm going to move it down like that. Cool.
conversation. A typical conversation. A typical. Typical conversation. Typical conversation. Typical conversation might run. A typical conversation can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Problematic. A typical conversation might run.
Cool. And that's pretty much all I really need to do.
A typical conversation might run.
Cool.
A typical conversation might.
And then I do actually need to do her ears, but I'm going to do that manually because the ear jiggle bones always mess up. That's okay though. Done. Cool.
Introverts can be
So the first frame, she's going to be like this, because that's her earries, and her ears are doing that. That's okay. Cool.
problematic.
And then here, it's going up slightly, and then here it goes down, down, and then forward.
Problematic.
And then up. Default. Let's keep that as default for now.
Problematic.
And then it goes back. Back to default.
Conversation might run.
One thing I like doing with the ears, go back to default and then go just a little bit further.
Conversation might run.
And then back to default a little bit further this way. And then further off, you go back to default.
Conversation might run. Conversation might run. Cool conversation might run. Cool conversation might. Cool conversation might run. Cool conversation might run. Cool conversation might run. Hi. Be problematic. A typical conversation might run.
Cool.
Problematic.
Why the fuck? Oh, okay. That's what it is. It's reattached to model that makes these fucking things go up crazy.
Introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Conversation might run. Hi. Can be problematic. A typical conversation might run.
Cool. Yeah, no, it's I don't support that theory. Cool. Now I'm gonna go ahead and do the ear tip. Ear tip is a little bit easier because it looks better. Cool. Let's have a look.
Problematic. A typical conversation might run. Be problematic. A typical conversation might run. 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 Matic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Matic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello. How's it going? Yes. Fuck. What? Haha. How about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? Fuck. Can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello. Can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello. How's it going? Yes. Fuck. What? Haha. How about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? Fuck. Stuff over here to do a bit now. Better run a roo. What? Yeah. What? Fuck.
Just today, at the beginning of this stream. This is when I started.
Can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello. How's it going?
It's good stuff.
Can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello. How's it going? Yes. Fuck. What? Haha. How about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? Fuck. Stuff over here to do a bit now. Better run a roo. Can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello.
All right.
Can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello. Problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello. How's it going? Yeah. Can be problematic. A typical conversation might run.
Now I just got to do her other ear. So let's go ahead and do that. Cool.
Problem. Matter.
What? What? Okay.
Can be problematic. Typical
Oops.
Conversation. Conversation might run. Conversation might run. Run. Conversation might 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 run. Cool. Conversation might run.
Cool. And then left ear. Left ear tip. Just the tip.
Can be problem. Cool. Conversation. Conversation might run. Conversation might run. All conversation might run. Hi. Problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello. With introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello. How's it going? Conversation might run.
Because I'm thinking that I'm gonna make Fluttershy be walking forward, right? And I'm thinking not, instead of her doing like gardening and things, she's gonna be like in the city, in Ponyville. But then I'm gonna have to animate other ponies, or I could just not, just have it against a house, and that's fine.
It can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello. How's it going? Yes. Fuck. What? Haha. How about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? Fuck. Stuff over here to do a bit now. Better run a roo. What? Yeah. What? Fuck.
It's good stuff.
Can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello. Can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello. How's it going? Yes. Fuck. What? Haha. How about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? Fuck. Stuff over here to do a bit now. Better conversation might run.
So here I'm gonna have Rainbow Dash go into like the beginning of a wave. Oh, that's left here. Easy. Yep. Cool.
Run.
Shit. SFM's starting to break. Uh-oh. Oh, I think I know why. Because of that. There we go. SFM is no longer breaking.
Might run. Conversation might run. Typical conversation might run. Can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi.
Okay, so here, I will at this point actually put a rig on her. So procedural bones have already been thinged. I'm just going to save this. I'm going to copy Rainbow Dash. I'm going to delete this flying land. I'm going to paste this. I'm going to call this Rainbow Dash flying land. I'm going to delete this Rainbow Dash because I don't need that anymore. Okay, cool. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this one invisible, and now I'm going to rig Pony Toe. Cool. So now she's got a rig on her, and I'm going to use the motion editor to make sure that each individual,
Can be problematic.
like this point here, it's quick enough to not really matter, but it does. So like, so when it lands properly to when it it's bad. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
A typical conversation.
What I will do is during these points, when she lands,
Conversation.
I'm going to make sure that that hoof is correct. that's for both of these.
Cool conversation. Shit.
Here.
Typical conversation might run. Typical conversation might run. Typical conversation might run. Typical conversation might run. Typical conversation might run.
Cool. Same thing for the other finger,
Cool conversation.
but so like this.
Typical conversation might. Typical conversation might. Typical conversation might. Typical conversation might. Typical conversation might.
Just gonna smooth that out.
Conversation might run. Cool conversation might run. Cool conversation might run. Cool conversation might run.
Cool. And now I'm just going to grab her pelvis. These bones here.
Conversation might run. Conversation might run.
I'm just gonna grab it from here and I'm gonna ramp it.
Conversation might run. Conversation might run. Conversation might run.
Cool. And then I'm gonna grab more of it and just smooth it out. Smooth like silk.
Conversation might run. Cool conversation might run. Cool conversation might run. Hi. Cool conversation might run. Cool conversation might run.
Cool. And now I'm gonna grab finger aim.
Conversation might run.
Cool. And then play head.
Conversation might run. Conversation might run. Hi. Conversation might run. Hi. This can be problematic. A typical conversation might run.
Cool.
Typical conversation might
And her
run.
hind legs look pretty good
Problematic.
already.
A typical conversation might run. Conversation might run. Hi. Sick. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Conversation might run. Hi. Cool conversation might run. Hi. Hello.
Cool.
Conversation might run.
And then I think
None.
I might just use the motion editor here for this next bit.
Run.
Cool. And then I'm going to pelvis down, pelvis. I'm gonna bring the hoof up.
Hi. Might run. Hi. Motion might run. Hi. Run. Hi. Run. Hi.
Cool.
Might run. Hi. Sensation might run. Hi.
Cool. Excellent.
Run. Hi. Run. Hi. Motion might run. Hi.
And then during this point here, I'm going to have her head come up a little bit.
Run. Hi. Motion might run. Hi. Run. Hi. Might run. Hi.
Cool.
Introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Might run. Hi. Might run. Hi.
Cool. I'm happy.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello. How's it going? Yes. Fuck. What? Haha. How about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? Fuck. Stuff over here to do a bit now. Better run a roo. What? Yeah. What? Fuck. Might run. Hi. Hello. How's it going?
All right. Cool.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello. How's it going? Yes. Fuck. What? Haha. How about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? Fuck. Stuff over here to do a bit now. Better run a roo. What? Yeah. What? Fuck. Problematic. Conversation might run. Hi. Hello. How's it? Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run, "Hi, hello, how's it going? Yes. Fuck. What? Haha, how about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? Fuck. Stuff over here to do a bit now. Better run a roo. What? Yeah. What? Fuck.
Well, that's okay. I might watch it later. Right now, however, is me.
Interaction with
It's me time, baby.
introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run, "Hi, hello, hi, hello." How's the conversation might run, "Hi, hello, yeah." Conversation might run, "Hi, hello."
All right, cool. So,
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run, "Hi, hello."
okay. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna have Fluttershy. I think I might rig her up here. Rig pony, cool. What I'm gonna do. Oh, actually, no, I can't rig her up just yet. Import sequence. Does she have the? Yes. Conga, let's go. Walk. I think I have to use the Genma one. I can't use any other walk cycle. It has to be Genma's walk cycle because it's the best. So here,
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation.
I want to have Fluttershy recoil a bit. So, what I'm gonna do, see what's her walking speed.
Can be
It's
problematic.
a little bit too fast.
A typical with introverts can be problematic.
It's a little bit too fast.
Introverts can be problematic. A typical
A little bit too fast still.
interaction with introverts can be problematic.
A little bit too slow.
Introverts can be problematic.
Cool. It's good.
Introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation.
Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab all of this and then move it slightly forward. Move her hooves down so she's actually touching the ground.
Conversation might with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation. Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical interaction with introverts can be problematic.
Cool. So here, it's going to get her in a rig. Cool.
Introverts can be problematic. A typical
That's
conversation can be problematic. Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation.
Interesting. Okay, never mind, don't worry.
Problematic. A typical.
It's all good. It's fine. It's fine. Cool. Now what I'm gonna do.
Problematic. 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 A typical conversation might run.
The fuck?
A typical conversation.
Oh, that's okay. I see what's going on.
Problematic. It can be problematic. It can be problematic.
Okay. So here I will just get rid of Fluttershy's mane and tail here, just so I can see what I'm doing. Cool.
Introverts can be problematic.
So here she's going to she's going to lean forward a bit. Whoop. Oops.
Problematic.
Cool. And here.
Problematic. A typical. Problematic.
Gonna make her jump backwards essentially. That's what my plan is. Keep winding up. So just gonna move the root back. Yeah, she looks like she's getting blown by Ramadash's wind, but that's fine. Cool. Oh, hang on. If I reattach to model, can I? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Nope. I know what I can do. So if I grab rig arm, rig leg, finger, finger, toe, toe, finger, finger. If I go default, right, and then lock the everything except for all of these guys, right, and then grab the root transform and actually I shouldn't do it that way. I should do it, grab new model, DRG ball, my favorite model, then get the position. Hang on. Fuck's sake. Good. It's MJ. Welcome aboard, MJ. Cool, so I've got the weapon DRG ball there. I want to grab all of her arms and legs and all of her finger things here that I just made to default. And then I'm going to lock it to the root transform here. Ooh, pizza. Thank you, Father. He gave me pizza. And it's good pizza. Okay, so lock all of those to this one. Get that thing. Get the Z rotation. And then make that 3.32. Other way. 183.32. 3. So now her bones are in relative default positions. Rip me. Actually, I should do the same thing with her pelvis here. Rip. Hang on a sec. Pardon me. So. Oh, I know what you need to do. Cool. And now what I can do is ramp it. There we go. Cool. Easy. So, don't mind my crunching. What I'm going to do is get her in the position I want her to be in at the end. Pardon me. No. Cool. And just look at this pizza. It's a good pizza. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the graph editor. It's such good pizza. So I'm just gonna slide her back a bit. Because like I can't do both rigging and motion editor. I've got to do two things I'm uncomfortable with. I can't do two things I'm uncomfortable with, just one at a time.
typical, a tip.
Oh.
A typical matic, a typical matic, a typical conversation, a typical a typical comic, a typical comic, a typical a typical conversation.
It's actually looking pretty nice, to be honest. Not doing too bad.
A typical conversation. A typical conversation. A typical conversation. Conversation, typical conversation, typical conversation, a 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 typical problematic, a typical conversation, a typical conversatic, a typical problematic, a typical conversation, a typical typical conversatic, a typical a typical conversatic, a typical convic, a typical convic, a typical conversation, a typical conversation, a typical conversation, a typical conversation might stick, a typical typical conversation, a 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 typical a typical conversation might run. A typical convic. A typical. A typical convic. A typical conversatic. A typical conversatic. A typical conversatic. A typical
It's not looking too bad.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might a typical conversation might run. Conversation might run. Typical conversation might run. Hi. Typical conversation might run. Typical conversation might. Typical conversation might run. Typical conversation might run. Typical conversation. Typical. Typical conversation. Typical conversation. A typical conversation might run. Hi. A typical conversation might run. Conversation might run. Typical conversation might run.
What? Oh, yeah, my bad.
Might run. Hi. Might run. Hi. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello. This can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello.
Yes.
Interaction with it.
Let's see. Where is this? I can't remember exactly which one is mine. Which one is the one I'm using? I'm pretty sure it's this one. Oh, hang on. Yep, it's this one. This one here. Have a look at that one. That's the rig that I've made, or not made, the ring that I'm using. Rig that I'm using. There we go. And it's pretty fun.
A typical conversation might run. Problematic. A interaction with introverts can be problematic. Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation.
Okay, cool. Time to put her tailies back. Mean. Tail.
Might run.
Why? What the fuck? What? Why? When did that happen?
Hi. Hello.
What the fuck? Fucking stupid. Alright, let's get rid of these ones here.
Who? Yes. Fuck. What? How much sports match last night? Yeah. Hi. Hello. How's it going? Yes. Fuck. What? Haha. How about that much anticipated sports match last night?
Nah, bro. Cool.
Can be problematic. A typical conversation might run.
Cool. Now I'm just gonna animate Fluttershy's eyes.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic.
Oops.
Can be problematic. Typical conversation. Typical conversation might work. A typical conversation might. Typical conversation might.
What?
Typical conversation might run. A typical conversation might run. Conversation might run. Hi. Conversation might run. Conversation might run. Hi. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Problematic. A typical conversation might run. This can be problematic. A typical conversation can be problematic. It can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Problematic.
Upperface? Not upperface. What? The fuck? Huh? Huh? Why does upperface have fucking flex associated with it? There's... Huh? I don't fucking understand. She's talking with her eyes now, apparently. Hang on. So 4.5 is where it is.
Hi. Hello.
I don't fucking understand, bro. Stupid shit. Why have you got to be like this? Fucking SFM. Get prepared for SFM to break a lot. There's not going to be a time where SFM isn't broke. Let's get that running again. That's why you have to save constantly. Save constantly.
Right, run. With introverts can be problematic. Typical.
Now, one thing that I think is important to mention about that little bit of interaction there. You see, I experienced an emotional outburst at my frustrations in this, in the way that this program decides to do its thing. So I expressed frustration, right? Oh no. Okay. Why? Uh-oh. Whatever. It's fucking making you fucking Fluttershy Model A. So I expressed frustration. I had an emotional reaction to something. In the frustrations towards SFM, what SFM had done, and so when I receive when I receive a response to my emotional outburst that someone else's emotional outburst is more important, that's when my emotional aspect starts to degrade a bit further. So when you say that you have to deal with the same stuff even worse, it makes my emotional frustration, my outburst in frustration seem as though it was incorrect. And whenever you make someone feel as though what they are feeling is incorrect, that's when you get an even further frustration outburst. So my advice when experiencing someone who's experiencing a frustrating circumstance, do not make it out as if you've experienced worse. You can say something on the lines of, I understand your pain, and leave it at that. Because that is possibly the best way to interact with someone in that sort of situation. Because otherwise, you're just going to have a lot of friction. So to keep everything fine, it's best to just say, trust me, I understand your pain. So that's when it's sympathetic, and you don't have to keep trying to one-up that person. So that is something I believe that you need to think about for a bit.
Can be problematic. Can be
All right, let's get some surprise in here.
conversation. Yes, more
Sad. Sad. Look at her, she's sad. Yes, no. It's an important thing to do when animating SFM, to animate a Fluttershy.
Might run. Problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Problematic. A typical conversation might run. Can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi.
This is fun.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello. How's it problematic? A typical conversation might run. Hi. A typical conversation. Be problematic.
Okay, so now I'm gonna grab the rest of this. Cool. Put a bookmark there. Alright. It's not pleasant. But just don't be surprised if whilst animating the butter quiet pone that you burst out in random giggles. That is a side effect of animating yellow quiet, because it's just what happens. See, that's one. Hello, Trony Dashtang. Hello, Trony Dashtang.
Conversation might
Wow. Welcome to Quillo's cough cam. Not fun.
Might run. Conversation might run. Conversation might run. Conversation might run. Might run. Conversation might run. Conversation might run.
Oh yeah, I remember your profile picture,
Conversation might run. Conversation might run.
and I do remember Dashy Washy, or Dashy Washy, yeah.
Conversation might run. Conversation might run. Hi, tick. A typical conversation might run. Hi, tick. A typical conversation tick. A typical conversation might run. Tick. A typical conversation might run. Hi.
Hello.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run.
Here we go.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello. How's it going? Yes. Fuck. What? Haha. How about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh? What? Fuck. Stuff over here to do a bit now. Better run a roo. What? Yeah. What? Fuck. Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi.
Most of the expression you'd find is in the eyes. That is something that you have to keep in mind. So when you animate the eyes well, the rest of the body would follow suit.
Interaction.
But it's not the only criteria, mind you.
With introverts can be
You can't just make the eyes good and then not animate the rest of the body. But I'm trying my best.
Can be problematic. A typical conversation might tick. A typical conversation.
Ew. Alright. Ew. Makes me sad. And I also made Dad sick. Yes, no, I did spend a good long while on that flight pattern, and I'm happy, definitely happy with that flight pattern. It looks really fun.
A typical conversation might run. Hi.
And now I gotta do Dashy's eyes. Cool. 1 second.
Typical conversation might run. Run. Hi. Run. Hi. Station might run. Hi. Station might run. Hi. Station might run. Station.
I will actually just grab.
Might run. Might run.
Actually, I might actually.
Might run. Station 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 might run. Conversation might run. Conversation might run. Conversation.
Right, I'm just animating. Frustrating. Alright, hang on. Alright.
typical conversation might run. Hi, conversation station might run. Hi, station might run. Station might run. Station might run.
All right. Now I'm gonna get her neck. I might actually just use the.
Might run.
Yeah, I might actually just use the graph editor for this. Let's do it here.
Might run. Hi might run. Station might run. Conversation might run. Conversation. Conversation might run. Conversation might run. Conversation might run. Might run. Might run. Station might run. Hi, station might run. Hi, conversation might run. Hi, conversation might run.
Nope, that's okay. That's weird. It's looking weird. So I'm gonna save this. And I'm gonna revert all of what I've done. Okay.
Station might run. Hi, station might run. Hi, station might run. Station.
So instead,
Station might.
just gonna save this now.
Conversation might run. Hi. A typical conversation might run. Hi.
Because I did want it to have like the sort of like you okay? But it might just be better
Might run.
to just have her sort of look down a little bit.
Might run. Station might run. Station might run. Station might run. Hi. Station might run. Hi. Station might run. Hi. Station might run. Hi. Conversation might run.
Cool. And then
Station.
it's gonna bring her pelvis forward.
Station might run. Station might run.
Cool. And now I'm gonna grab her head and neck. I'm gonna select all of this points, and then smooth, super smooth.
Station might run. Hi. 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 Station might run.
Cool. Now I'm going to just move.
Run. Station might run. Station might run. Hi. Station might run. Hi. Problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Conversation might run. Station might. Station might run. Station might run. Station might run. Station might run. Station might run.
Okay. Now it's time for her eyes.
Introverts can be problematic.
Okay.
Can be.
It's gonna start off with this. cool. And now I'm gonna blink. Cheeks. No, lid raise. Yeah. Look at that. Actually, close eyes 2 first, and then down to close eyes, and then opening.
Typical
And then again here. Well, I have currently. Let's have a look. How many fucking hours I've got in this goddamn program. 6,134 hours.
Typical conversation.
That's over 6 months of having this program open. Granted, a lot of that was rendering time. So I don't exactly know how much quote-unquote experience I have here. But like, still 6,000 hours. I've learned some things. And then when you get 6,000 hours, you would have learned some things too. Cool.
Problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Conversation might run. Hi. Conversation might run. Run. Hi. Conversation might run. Hi. Conversation might run. Hi. A typical conversation might run. Hi. With introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Problematic. A typical conversation might run.
Alright. I will finish off the rest of this first bit of the animation, and then I will just have to take a break.
Typical
We'll see how that goes. Yeah.
Interaction with
I keep trying to save the bloody HTML webpage.
introverts
Right.
can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello. Conversation might run. Hi. Might run. Run. Hi. Might run. Hi. Might run. Sensation might run. Hi. Might run. Run. Hi. Conversation might run. Hi. Might run. Hi. Conversation might run. Hi. Hello. Problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello. Can be problematic.
Look at those ears,
A
though.
typical conversation might run. Hi. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello. Can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello. How's it going? Yes. Fuck.
Now I'm going to get her some facial expressions here. I'm going to do the same for Fluttershy. Start off with Rainbow Dash.
Can be problematic.
So let's see what she's going to be doing. Big grin. Big grin. She's going to be smiling. Happy. Yeah, there we go. And now I'm going to slightly open her jaw here. Because physics. And now here, she's going to be smiling again.
conversation.
Fran.
Might run. Hi. It can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello. Typical conversation might run. Hi. Conversation might run. Conversation might run. Conversation might run. Hi. Conversation might run. Hi. Conversation might run. Conversation might.
Maybe less Fran.
Conversation might run. Hi. Conversation might run. Hi. Introvert. Conversation might run. Hi.
Okay, and now I'm gonna do Fluttershy's face.
Introverts can be problematic. Cool. Conversation might run. No, conversation might run.
Brown. Cool.
Problematic. A typical conversation might run. Problematic. A typical conversation might run. Problematic. A typical conversation might run. Typical conversation might run. Problematic. A typical conversation might run. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello. Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi. Hello.
Alright, cool. So I'm gonna grab, just delete this camera from this part of the scene. That's fine. Camera 1 here is gonna be the same. So I will change how this camera works here. So let me just playhead that one. And then let me get it to where I want it to be at the end. Not this, yeah. So let me just, son of a bitch. Here we go. So let me just do this.
Hi. Run. Hi. Might run. Hi.
Okay. And then this part here, I'm gonna bring it back, and then to the right up here.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run. Hi.
I think maybe even bring this to the right here, and actually bring that back still.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run, "Hi, hello." Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run, "Hi." Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run, "Hi."
Cool.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run, "Hi. Hello."
I am really
Interaction with
proud of that
introverts
landing
can be
animation I did just then.
problematic. A typical conversation might run, "Hi. Hello."
Cool. Alrighty. Well, I am gonna go fill up my water bottles, and then I might just hop over to Twitch to do some wholesome video game content, and we're gonna see how that goes.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run, "Hi."
And that's gonna be today, so that's gonna be fun.
Introverts can be
So
problematic.
I
A typical
will
conversation might
just check out. I'm gonna put my Twitch up here. If you want to join me in some wholesome Call of Duty. There we go. That's where I'm going to be next. That is going to be a bit later because I'm just going to grab some water and stuff, and then that will be all good. I will message in the Discord when I start video game streaming, but otherwise, this brings us to the end of the animation stream. Thank you so very much for coming in today, and I hope to see you in the video games if you want to continue being awesome. And then yeah, that's pretty much it at the moment.
"Hi." Conversation might run, "Hi."
Yeah, no worries.
Problematic. A typical conversation might run, "Hi."
I do also have to do their eyebrows, but that's going to be a later job.
"Hi." Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run, "Hi. Hello. How's it going?"
I just want to watch the lip sync again. Just one sec.
Interaction with introverts can be problematic. A typical conversation might run, "Hi. Hello. How's it going?" "Yes." "Fuck." "What?" "Haha, how about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh?" "What?" "Fuck. Stuff over here to do a bit now. Better run a roo." "What?" "Yeah." "What?" "Fuck."
Yeah, it's so good.
"Hi. Hello. How's it going?" "Yes." "Fuck." "What?"
What?
"Haha, how about that much anticipated sports match last night, eh?" "What?" "Fuck. Stuff over here to do a bit now. Better run a roo." "What?" "Yeah." "What?" "Fuck."
Alright, anyway, yeah, thanks so much for joining me, and I will see you in the next one. See you later, alligator and home dog and others. You can decide who's the alligator or the home dog. Alrighty then. Bye bye. I'm gonna go to this one and press this button